Hello. Oh, I see something different about this room. I have a mirror that has come loose, and I need to find out how that happened so I can put it back. Don't mind me fussing with some stuff. Once I have solved this, then I can get to anything else I need to do. So let's see. Mirrors. So I feel rather fortunate that that didn't go worse than it did. Didn't expect that. It just sort of toppled that away and came to rest against the stovepipe. And nothing happened and nothing broke. It was an unexpected development, to be sure. Yeah, I did scream a little bit more today. That said, I do have something in mind to do. I am very much thinking in terms of more Godot today. We'll see how that goes. So I would like to get this started. May or may not fire right up. It's managed to cool itself off more than a little bit. And here is a kettle for putting a little water into the situation, and it has gone dry. So I'm going to go and fix that. Fill that up. There we go. It's not all that insanely cold in here at the moment, but this will help it. Ooh, look. We've got a little bit of a fire. I do believe I can get that going a little more though. Not what I'd call the most enthusiastic fire, but if it was able to start itself off just like that, then that's a good sign. not super great, but this is all warm enough that it should be able to go from there. I will return to the main camera. And see what Chet has to say, if anything. Apparently nothing just yet. So yeah, I'm here, and we're going to play with Godot a little bit. Switch Chet over to live chat, and off we go. I'm going to be here until roughly 5. So that's about 3.5 hours. Rounded up to 4 if I'm feeling generous. Hey, Chad. And technically, there are plugin coding things I could be doing, but they're not terribly interesting today. So I thought maybe we'll jump into this and see if it's any more interesting. It's where we left off. What was Ryder just saying? Update A. Okay, what does that require? Blah. I'm not using Unity or Unreal Engine, although apparently I could for this. Like, it is a paid version. This has never crashed on me, so there's probably no reason to deal with this one. I prefer not to have these things be auto-update because I just feel as if that's more likely to randomly break it one day and then you don't know what happened. Sometimes, to me, just having a change in the interface feels like it got broken. Anyhow, we're going to be looking at this. Here's where we left off. None of this stuff worked. So part of what I'm thinking of today is to do my experiments with this. Here's the basic world we're in. Some of my attention is drawn towards making sure that the stove is working properly, because that does have to. I'm a little wary because apparently the mirror up there toppled over. Don't necessarily want things like that. Don't necessarily want things falling over. It's kind of no bueno. So here's a node 3D. We don't actually have anything included in this. So what I was wondering was, so you can have stuff and disclose or hide it. Here's what I was wondering. As I pick up on this after having dropped it last week. Last we were playing with this, we were able to make large numbers of these things. We were not able to make different patterns for them. And there were some other problems. Well, shucks, let me just run it and show you. Assuming, of course, it lets me. What do we got? Yeah, so we're able to display text. We're able to move around in a sense. And we've got these guys, of which we can have more or less any number of them, and we can also give them different appearances. We get to move around. If we bonk into them directly, they bounce. And now I can't find where I'm at. Oh, now I can. So you can zoom into here, hit the brakes. I have a gravitational pull towards this, which is a temporary object. It shouldn't matter very much. I've got a cluster of these guys because the only intelligence they have is they are all being gravitated towards a random bot at any given moment. They're also being pulled towards me, by the way. So these will orbit me or just crunch into me. And having bonked it in a direction, now they are all following the physics engine. And there's not much chance of seeing anything, although we can watch these come together again, or as near as they can, really, because simply by doing this sort of gravitational force, they're not actually all being attracted to each other so much as every, I think it's 30th of a second, they're getting randomly attracted to a randomly selected other one. Also, I have just landed on, and then if I hit escape, I get control over the cursor, so I have that part of controlling going. I don't know, Ian Dury, do it yourself. Here's how our stove is doing. That's actually pretty good. So where were we at? So we can see in Writer which I'll scooch over like this, that Node 3D starts up and we do this thing where it's iterating through all of the files in res texture. If it ends in PNG, it'll print the name, and it's successfully doing all of that. I have not had any luck whatsoever in altering anything in the actual game or assigning textures to the, I'm calling them bots, but we don't have them doing anything yet. And we have a internal, when the scene starts, we have a node 3D with 10 in it, and I can do larger numbers than that. I was doing that last week. These I don't think do a thing yet. But I've discovered that I can go to the folder. And since this is not able to do anything through going into the folder, oh, neat. Cool beans. Ian Dury, I would be surprised. I didn't know Ian Dury was in dub. Ian Dury is like a rock act from the 80s or 90s or something like that. Anywho, Node 3D, nothing in processor physics process. Player, far from it, I can change the mouse to a 3D look is what it's doing. There's a thing with the 3D look that's not working correctly either. I don't have a full, I keep wanting to say Hexen or something. There's an old DOS game that was the first true 3D first person fly around and shoot at things. And it was, the name Samus comes to mind. I don't know the name of this because I didn't actually have this game. I just know what it is. I do not have that. What I have is a 3D look that is not referenced to the actual player object. Instead, it's just able to do a 3D look up and down and side to side based on, and I haven't honestly done as many experiments with this as I could either. So if we have max and min angle set to that, it should be taking in mouse motions, and we're altering this, but then this should be controlling it and stopping it from being too extreme. So let's see what happened when we do that. And that is correct. It now can't look up or down. So this is, in effect, a 2D, 3D. And I have WASD, but WASD is forward and back. But since I'm not able to look up or down, I'm very much stuck into, I can orbit around this, and I'm following a orbit, but I also can't go up or down because my forward and back is relative to which direction I'm pointing. But this has always had the challenge that if I pointed straight up or straight down, it wouldn't work properly. And if I pivoted all the way through so that it was reversed, it would, side-to-side motion would give you the opposite result, and that's disconcerting. So we're avoiding that. So it turns out min angle and max angle, those do have a relevance. Now when I had it be -1 and 1, that was quite different. So let's find out what these angles are really even about. At 0.1, technically I still shouldn't be able to point up or down very far, but as a matter of fact I am. Because I keep scaling up this amount. So if we're pointing up or down by 0.5 or -0.5, what then do we have? And the answer is, because this is ending up as a sort of vertical aim where you're always sort of stuck on a, it's like the player object has a vertical pin where you can only point up or down so far. This is like the difference between quaternions and Euler angles, in that in Euler angles, if you're pointing literally vertically up or literally vertically down, it doesn't know what to do with some of the other controls. Because your rotation works like this. But then if you point it all the way past, what you end up getting is additional problems. So let's see what nearly -1 and 1 give us. And that is almost perfect verticality. Meaning that I can also point almost up to strictly vertical. And if I blast in that direction, then down looks like this. So I can't literally see the very bottom of the universe, but it's always going to be the same polarity. So my mouse look can go up to almost 1 or down to almost. And so I'm above this, and I can kind of pivot around to face it, but I can never point perfectly down.
Probably was called Descent. Yes, I think that probably was the one. Actually, I think it is 1.57 instead. So that's half a pi, roughly. And that is giving me the option to point literally down to the very bottom of the world, or literally up to the very top of the world. So I have found one solution to what I was talking about, which is this control system. If I go beyond that, the rotation needs to be reversed for it to work. Now, in Descent, you could pivot beyond that point. Right now, I'm going to leave this as this. Also, let's have a quick look at, yep, fire is still going. I'm keeping a wary look on all of my stuff. I should check those mirrors now and then. It's been going for quite a while, and only, and I don't know what would have caused it, but only this morning did the mirror quietly fall over and rest against the stovepipe, which is not something I want to see happening. Back into the actual Godot editor. Let's see if we can do something interesting with this. So I've got a folder that has texture in it. And I've got this, which is a inability to type Node 3D. I've got this. I believe I could drop all of these textures on there and then maybe do something with them. We'll find out. I sure as heck have a lot of them. So in the Godot editor, since I've been unable to do this in any other way, if I drop this on bots, I wait and see whether it did anything. And I feel like that drag and drop exercise did not actually succeed. It didn't do a thing. And that's because PNG files don't live in the scene. We don't have an identity for them yet. It is also not, I suppose one of the things that I could do for funsies is drag onto the Mesh Instance 3D and see if that does anything. Oh, but I stand corrected because it didn't do anything, and even if it did, all it would do is replace this moon that I have here. And that is not, honestly, this is just a placeholder thing to have something in this space that is not my moving parts. It's a fixed part that doesn't do anything or go anywhere. It could be whatever size I want, but I don't honestly have a texture on there. Yeah, see, material. And I do believe albedo, that is not the texture that I dragged. That is a noise texture. That is a generative texture. And if I drag this over to here, I can, in fact, replace that. And then if I run it, those are pixels coming to a point here. And this now has the appearance of one of my little glowing character balls zipping around. Although since this is like a moon-like object, these guys are pixelated. This one is, where'd it go? This one is not. This is smooth. Because I never told this to be pixelated. That said, at this top point, this is where all of the scan lines of the texture converge onto a center point. So even though these are smoothed, at this point it ceases to be smoothed. So the problem I'm having is I have a scene for bot. But what I need to do, and we'll see whether I can do this. I've got like 3 hours to tinker with this today. I should probably go and throw it in the water. That seems good. And it is warm enough to engage the thingy. Don't mind me. As always, if I'm trying to do something that's actually difficult, I lose the ability to speak. Thingy, he says. So the last thing I tried to do was, at one point I went to Node 3D and tried to drag the texture folder into this window. That did not work. Then I tried to select all of the textures and drag them onto Bots. Bots has a location, but it is nothing but a Node 3D. There's nothing in this. Let's drag a single thing like aggro here to Bots. Sure enough, nothing happened. And that is because you can't drag and drop a texture onto something like this. So the idea that I was trying to pursue there was find some way of bringing this large amount of objects, and the objects are simply PNG files. They're not even Godot files. I'm trying to bring them into the interface so that I can start working with them in a different way. It may be a complete pointless thing to try to do, but that was what I was trying to do. So I know if I was to... Okay, so this is a Add Script button. I'm just looking at some of this other stuff. All scene sub-resources. I can add another node like this. I can chain them up like this, but so instantiate child scene. Well, this is a scene, and this is not, and bot isn't actually instanced until I create one. So my original thing for this was I need to make these in such a way that we're instancing them, and they're going to be physics objects, and they're going to be mesh instances, and they're going to have this texture. And it's actually quite easy for me to... Oh, look, I can even move that around. Apparently not dragging it into that window, but if I find the right place, this would be the right place, and drag this into this window, it will swap it. And what it's going to do is take the PNG file and automatically create a compressed texture 2D from it. And so now we have this. Also, we can bump the brightness, but we have a sort of post-processor going on in here anyhow. So that won't matter very much. And again, if I pull back from here, we actually did not update. Interesting. So we've got these also. These do not look as sharp and clear as they might. And that's weird and interesting. So let's see what else can be done about this, because it failed in an interesting way. I bet it's because I didn't save. There's also something to be looked at. Yep, see, linear bitmap. That does not give me the, for whatever reason, maybe it's simply because okay, so this is set to nearest bitmap, or indeed nearest. Now if we redrag this back over to here, does it reset? It did not. So this time we save, and if this works, it has this new pattern on it. It'll be brighter than it needs to be because there's something to do with the camera that's causing it to see things more brightly, but it should be more pixelated. And it is not. So this is very interesting in a way that is somewhat frustrating. These don't look any different than they did. And that feels weird and wrong to me. So let's see. We'll save this, but then we're going to go and look in Writer where the code is, because here's what gets instantiated. So when we start up, we're doing a random number generator and updating the seed, and it has an index value, which is the number of items, because it is an array. Then physics process is altering this, but it's not doing anything visual. What about here? Okay. So here's stuff that is supposedly getting this. Let's find out. First of all, what it does now. Does it have the angular texture this time? Yes, it does. And a pixelated one. So quitting out of there. Now if I uncomment this, what do we get? I remember the name of that one. Does this produce the Art Deco? It does, but is it pixelated? Yeah. Okay, so that got changed at some point. So the next question is, by the end of last stream, we were able to change this according to code. So we got node, add child. This stuff does appear to have worked. I is our iterator. We got 10 guys, so if I is larger than 5, and we're just going to copy that there. And now we're going to use a different one. So, and that's the one we started with. And then material albedo texture equals this. So the question I am trying to solve here is, can I have some of these be different images than others? If I can, then I can start doing other things, but these do need to have separate image files, or I'll need to do something else. What do we got? Here we are. No. So we told it to update only the ones above 5, but it did all of them. That suggests that with this particular instantiation of things, those are forced to be all the same material, as if bot there, again, I'll go back to Godot. We're instantiating this, but there only gets to be one of it. So everything instantiated with this particular identity. See, there's Angular. We could also do, how about banana attacks, a vivid yellow looking one. We haven't seen that one yet, so this would be a good test. So we're making 10 of them. So the first ones should be Art Deco Stucco Parrot, and then there will be some on the end that are banana attacks. But if what I think is happening, what's going to happen is we're updating this like 5 times, and then we update the overall total number of them. There's only one instance of that. And that'll be a bit of a problem that I will have to solve some other way. And interesting, those are all Art Deco Stucco Parrot, and there's only 5 of them. Do I have the right name? No, it's Banana Attack. I just gave that a invalid texture, and it failed to produce the successive 5. It made 5 of them and then essentially crashed. This time there will be 10 of them, and they will all be yellow. Called it. So that's definitely what's going on here. So I worked out I can do that, but I don't get to, I can generate this bot here, but I don't get to do it the way that I want. Deformation variables can be cool as well. I'm on to something else at the moment. I'm on to a number of different things. One of them is warming this place up with my fire. And I can do that. By continuing to throw another log on until it's warm. That is definitely how one does this. So let's see. Use this one. Okay. So, again, to restate where we're at, we have this, and it has a script that goes to it. The script will be able to run all of this stuff. What I am not finding possible is giving it different textures. Instead, I can make any number of these, but they all have to match in terms of texture. I don't think you can instantiate something like that as an array. doesn't really access as unique name. You know, I'm not really sure what access is. Well, maybe that'll tell me. Okay. So that's more how to reference that thing. That does not mean they are unique objects. They are identical objects with identical Godot pieces stuck inside them, and all of those things will have to match, although I do not know whether it gets to have any unique variables inside it. In fact, I suspect it does not, because, or rather, okay, so here's how we do this. Bot is being instantiated as an array. And let's see, so ready. I don't believe this part is working, although it's working well enough that it can print the names of the files, but I don't think I am able to, no, I'm not. I remember looking this up. Earlier, where I was trying to find out why the arrays weren't working properly, and it's because these are C# arrays. You do not have an append method in C# arrays. And I'm not actually doing, like, I can instantiate this to any given number. Like, I can do 100 of them, that's all just fine. What I am not able to do is go bots append. We're trying to do file name append, we're trying to do brains append, but that's not something we're able to do. So these do get to be unique instances, and in fact, they also have unique array numbers. That's perhaps significant. Let's see what we get when we do it like this way around. We'll start with an array of brains, and this will be the total number of things in this very early stage of me doing this. Because if it was to be like the previous instance of counterpart, we'd spawn new things. And we do not have file names, so we're not going to print that. This is the one that actually works. We can use that resource file for presumably a bunch of things. You know what? Check this out. I should be able to work with this as an array. So node 3D bot was bot scene instantiate, get node bots, add child. That does appear to work. I wonder whether I'm using this. What's up with that? Well, there's one quick way to find out whether I'm actually using this. Do you still run? I'm not sure it does. But is this the only place that this doesn't work? So bots, rather than bots length, are we not actually using that at all? I've got this private node 3D, it's meant to be bots, but I'm not at all sure that that's even a thing. So let's find out. Can we run? We totally can. So I was wasting my time creating that array. That array had nothing to do with anything. Meaning this array also has nothing to do with anything. So and that means we can presumably also not have that. So this is all startup. That can be deleted. But it was able to work this way. That means we could also take all of that and then make as many of these objects as exist in the folder. So we worked out that doesn't do anything, but this does. But it doesn't do anything useful because all it does is establish the texture for the category of object. That category. I'm going to do a little web searching. I'm going to see what I can find regarding how this craziness works. And that's going to be, let's see, new window. They are a scene. So that's the thing. These are not unique objects, and that's not currently working. Interesting. So here's a possibility. Hey, Leonardo, I'm tinkering with Godot. I am tinkering with Godot. I do not know whether this is a useful observation. It says you can do this. So here's what we're looking at. I don't technically need an array because it is producing these as matching identical instances of the same thing. That's how that's happening. Is so get node. If we do this once, in fact, let's lose the loop. That was the wrong thing to do. So if I do this, I'm making one of them. And the loop was just doing this repeatedly. I've got a texture instance in there, and I do know how to read these. So this should produce one. Oh, let's do it. We'll run it. And it should have produced one of these guys, and it has. So what I'm trying to do is make an arbitrary number of these things, but they have to all have different textures in them. Ideally, I could read off of the texture actually inside it. I don't know if that would be a very slow process, but it doesn't have to run very fast. And that produces the thing's brain. But in order for that to work, each of these instances needs to have unique attributes. And what we saw when I found it in Reddit is people were having a problem instancing multiple instances of a thing, but then they were all exact clones. And that's exactly what I'm looking at. Although, when I made exact clones, their physics engine components were different. The rigid bodies didn't end up having all the same parameters, but they all ended up having the same texture. So, next thing is, let's do another. And that is not actually what I wanted to do. Not even close. See, this is where the challenges of like AI and autocomplete just start messing with you, because it's trying to do something that has nothing to do with what I want. And funnily enough, that is exactly, except for I don't get to do the autocomplete, but duplicate and it's not done, but I'll see whether the language I have in here okay, it only wants to be talking about native instance. So I wonder whether that's what it wants. I also have get instance ID. Those are two possibilities. So we're looking for this to be bot duplicate. That should, it says point to the native instance. I guess that would be about the, or perhaps not. This is a suggested autocomplete. It thinks it wants to say as node 3D, and then it assumes I want to do an add child. And sure enough, that is in fact what I want. So now we find out. Although, no. I want to do get node, add child bot B. So it's got that a little bit mixed up. Let's see if I can help it out. Now, I'm not trying to refer to these things in any sense, but maybe this will produce a native one. Let's see whether this has done it in the sense of, do I have two different textures? I do see a crash bug showing up here. It says method delegate or event is expected. That's potentially a problem. Sure enough, this was no bueno. An act of purest optimism for me to think it was. Although maybe it's as node 3D that's causing a problem. Okay, what I'm looking at is probably GDScript. So I'm trying to do something that probably only lives in GDScript. We will see. Hey, Grants, it's all right. I can do duplicate. Maybe it simply doesn't need that. No, it needs something. Can't convert to Node 3D. Well, that actually was a Node 3D, but thank you for asking. So bot duplicate should start with the Node 3D that I'm currently working with, and then I'm trying to make a second one, but instantiate it separately. Oh, it just filled in the stuff that doesn't work. That's unhelpful. So we can't do this. This is also unhelpful. I'm not copying in the editor scene tree because I need to make hundreds of these. We'll create a different scene that's specifically for instancing. That is literally what I would need to do, yes. This is probably GDScript. But I could try doing something else. Let's try something else. Okay, it doesn't like that, but that's close enough to go with. That's also wrong. Can we still do this? No. That's also no good, so I don't think root is going to actually help. Never mind. What if I do this? Are we now happy with this? What do we get? Signs suggest that it'll run. What did it do? Okay, it created two, but they're not unique. And it duplicated, but it didn't duplicate it as a unique thing. And they have both have been renamed. They have both been updated to this texture. It did successfully duplicate it, but not in a way that was actually helpful. Unless, because technically that added another one, but I haven't changed anything out from underneath it. So let's not redeclare that. Let's reuse it. And let's make this reference bot B this time. So that's reusing the variable, which is a temporary variable. But this time we're trying to get the mesh instance of the second one, which was working for changing things. And we'll make an image out of our compressed texture 3D, which we can load directly from the texture there. Some of this stuff over here we were able to go through and then the material, which is now associated with this second instance, is newly updated. And then it adds it. And then we can also do other things like the position, for instance. This is all the stuff that could be in a loop. Oh, hi, are we not able to do that now? Interesting. So you don't have a position identification, do you? All right, this is supposed to still work. What happens? Ah, now they are both angular rather than Art Deco stucco paired. It continued to only do the first one. That said, I duplicated, but I don't know if I instantiated. See, we've got this in GD script. You can go instance, and then that's supposed to be separately. But this is GD script. This is not C#. So maybe I should go and look up how you do it in C#. Unique instances of C# seen. Here's more of the Godot subreddit. Okay, I think I am beginning to... I'm not worried about the arrays. That's fine. I may be able to identify what in this is making them be if I can handle Bezier curves. Hey, I can do Bezier curves in audio. Thank you very much. It's one of the most fun filters I've done in ages. Here is the thing. It looks like if we do this, it looks like it says access as unique name. C#. I think I can define every attribute that I need to, at least, inside the actual scene, the build, the bot thing that I've got, that I put together in the Godot editor. I think if I use that % thing and tell it it's a unique name, it will then start acting like one. Ah, scene unique node can only be retrieved by a node inside the same scene. I don't know what that... Ah. Get node, you can return that. Get node hilt, that is subsequent to the first one. Group, singleton, find child. Yeah, sure enough, unique nodes in instantiated scenes would be unusable because they wouldn't necessarily be unique if the scene, which is exactly what I just did, instantiated multiple nodes. I don't know how much help that's going to be, but let's find out what it does. We have two distinct things. One of them is being invoked separately, and bot duplicate is just doing this again, and then we're trying to update this information in the second one, but it's updated it for both. If this works, I wouldn't even need duplicate. Let's find out what happens when mesh instance collision shape, I think, can be shared. What's probably happening under the hood here. See, it's checked now. What's probably happening under the hood here is it is setting stuff aside Like, for instance, the script. I do not believe that script is accessed as a unique script for each one. The collision shape can exist as a single little object inside Godot somewhere, and when it needs to look it up, it goes to that one place. What I've done, if this works, is make it so Mesh Instance 3D, there needs to be a special one for each instance of bot that's in the scene. So those will have their own separate little items just for this. Now, what I don't know is whether I also need to do it for... Well, hang on. Apparently, I do not have the ability to have that be a unique object, but this does have the ability. That suggests that the rigid body, although they are unique rigid bodies, and that's interesting, the collision shape doesn't have uniqueness. Let's find out what happened. Let's find out what it did. Are they both the same still? Yes. So interesting. Well, that does return a node. That is unhelpful, but I think it was instance that I found earlier. So pointer to native instance of... but it doesn't like that. No, sir. So what about this? In this case, we are attempting to get a node, but we need to get it as the native instance. So where would I put that in? It doesn't like that. But now it's unhappy about as standard material 3D. Well, I've got that text up above. Does it help if I just don't do that? No, it became upset again. Can I go into Godot and make the material inside the mesh instance be a unique thing? Load path, resource. I don't actually get to update this. That seems unfortunate. This is definitely the part where, see now if it's empty, nothing's there. I don't know whether I'm assigning it. I can find out by trying to run it. Oh, maybe it's crashing. Do we have it crashing and blowing up? No. But these are still unhelpful. The maddening thing about this is that the physics, as you can plainly see, that's acting differently. Those have different rotations. They have different physics models. See, that one's rotating and that one's not. They have different locations. Those things are all unique. The physics models are instances. The texture is not an instance. The texture is common to all of these guys. Okay, so technically I don't have to have a texture in here at all, although there's nothing that says I can't simply load one. Wouldn't be these. And I am able to update it from inside code. See, this is the thing where ideally, Chad, you're probably just running GPT again. So I can iterate over all the files in texture. And I can do stuff with those, and I can assign that to stuff. But duplicating these seems to be a problem. Checking on the fire again. So let's go back to our search because that access its unique name did not do diddly. There's a question from, okay. A Stack Overflow question from 2 years ago. Resource local to scene. Person says it did not work. Oh, that's a YouTube video. Heck with that. 2024. Here's somebody with exactly the situation I'm in. They are also doing GD script. That's unfortunate. But maybe there's something in there. What if I make the whole object be local to scene? Material is not unlike what I'm having to actually do here. And I am trying to do a duplicate. So material, I do not get what the exclamation point is, but I bet it dies if I don't have it there. Yeah, didn't like that. I'd love to know what that means. That's kind of weird. Well, this person says I often have to use material equals material duplicate. What happens if I do this? It tried to autocorrect into something that's broken and doesn't work. Very unhelpful. Maybe that is only a GD scriptism? No, it's complaining. It doesn't like it. Well, what if I'm actually referring to the object itself? No, it's unhappy about that as well. What if I use that exclamation mark, which I don't know what it does? No, that's a problem too. Okay. So we have a big pile of problems there. Also note that when I refer to material libido texture, it has to have the exclamation mark next to it. Whereas what you've posted in chat does not seem to have the exclamation mark next to it. Ha, you are forestalled. let's go back into the Godot engine. I'm feeling like I should make more fire. Clearly that will make everything better just by making more fire. So access as unique name, yes, yes. Local to scene. Where do I have local to scene available? We got a rigid body. Oh, hi. I can make the overall one be local to scene. Then its children should also be local to scene. Let's find out if that's even true. I don't think the collider needs to be, though. But as we go up to here, I don't know if that... Yeah, let's revoke that and see if it gives me the same option. So local to scene resource needs to be on. This is mesh instance CD 3D. So what was the property? The property was resource. If this has a resource, and it ain't going to be that, I don't need meshes, but I do need the material. Where does it say resource here? Here it does. Ah, okay. So resource of all of this, including presumably the texture and possibly also the mesh. Now what have we got? Nope. Those are distinct objects, those are. We're assigning the one, and then it's the same one again. Even though I am doing bot duplicate. Was there anything I could do with regarding instancing? I am not sure that helps. And I'm sure that does not. So we're able to instantiate one of these guys. I am not entirely sure whether duplicate even plays a role here. What if we just did this again? We're not even gonna, instead we're just gonna oh, we are changing, well, I don't think it mattered. So there, we instantiate that. We're adding a second one. And we are referring to the instance and loading it as standard material 3D and blah blah blah, and then updating the albedo texture. But the first time we do it, we're doing it with one texture, and the second time we're doing it with another. And the idea is to make it so that the instances keep their unique textures. Ah, okay. That time, one of them didn't even work. Only one of them was created. That is at least different. Maybe I simply have to... Oh, I remember this wasn't able to do that, wasn't it? I stand corrected. I guess it can. But, does this simply fail to work at all? It shouldn't. And yet maybe it will fail to work at all. Now do I have two of them or just one? Now I have two of them. So they can actually spawn, but I'm not getting unique behavior. And I was trying to do it in here. So local to scene. This one I do not get to call a unique instance. This one I get the opportunity to access it as a unique name. So now I've got that checked as well. And if I go all the way down to here, mesh instance local to scene on, does it have the resources duplicated for each instance of all scenes using it as runtime? So that's what it's supposed to be able to do. Can't change it at runtime. Alrighty. Not everything has to be a unique instance. Collision shape doesn't need to be a unique instance. But this stuff was meant to be a unique instance. Do I now have two different textured ones? Hey! We are in business. Because if they have unique instances, then they can read their own resources and go to unique places. That's a nice little breakthrough. Yeah, it turned out it was about that. See? Different. Different looking. So if we can do this, let's see whether we can do it with every single file in the texture catalog. And if we can do that, we can go beyond and do more. Shouldn't need that. Here is the really interesting challenge. Does it still work even though I'm using the same variable name? Because if it still works even though I'm using the same variable name, we can run it inside this. Or in any number of other ways. Let's find out. Are we still at unique things? Boom! Hey, that's a really good sign. Meaning... cut and Paste. And we don't need you there anymore. But we're going to change this. I'm covering up what I was wanting to look at, so let's move that down. There, now it won't cover up as much. And we're iterating over file ends with .png. So for each file, so var file, and I have to type it by hand because it's going to try to fill it in with garbage instead. This is fine. It's all fine. As long as it's not getting in my way too much, I can kind of sort of function. If I hit, here's the problem. If I hit tab, it will try to autocomplete all of its hallucinations, and that is useless and unpleasant. So let's not do that. And I do believe I can simply put file in here. So this is probably the point where I can do the autocomplete and then just replace what's in here. Boom. And then do that. Temporarily just comment that out. Should work. Okay. And then bot position. Moment of truth. Do we have our arsenal of weird little bots all different colors? Let's find out. No. We got nothing. So something went wrong. However, I have an idea. Rather than, because that was returning just this section, I bet I need to specify the res texture as well. Let's do that. We're doing get files at this. So in order to load, it needs to have the entire specification, so we can do that and plus, and that will produce a full path. And having done that, now what do we got? Hey, one of every color. Lovely. So this is what I'm basically looking to do. Next thing that needs to happen is they need to be able to read their own paths and also have their own little brains. And I'll be moving around. I'm delighted that this has finally come together. Technically, I don't even need the There's various things I can do from this point. One of them is make colored sort of space stations that are just scenery setting. I should also put the reticule in. I feel like that might be good. But this is going well. This is so we're doing a for each. That's not necessarily how I'm going to want this to go, but it's a decent start. what I'm now thinking about, and we can delete this now because it's fine. What I'm now thinking about is how can I make this as a loop with integers that will count through and assign to the image of that particular texture name It's a fair question. I think I don't need that comment any longer. I don't need these. I don't need that because I know what ready is now. So cool. This would be like a respawn thing. Although, I wonder... could I do get node bots, strip it of all children? Now I can't see what's under there. How unhelpful. Can you not? Okay. Get node. And then, rather than add child, at this stage, what we would be wanting to do is delete all of the children. I don't know if there's an option for that. So that returns everything inside an array. Clears the array. Okay. So technically, what might work here is, firstly, find out whether that fails to work at all. I don't think there's going to be anything in there until we run. So if this still works, and it does, see, here they are, one with everything. I could probably also adjust the colors at this stage. Then anything I add to that, there's going to be a unique instance of each of them. And what I'm shooting to do is have all of these guys have their own little operation, like, for instance, this one, rather than just floating off into the distance, will be following a path specified by what is on its texture. Oh, Grants, you're welcome. I'm actually even still working on it. There are some things that I can do for making another variation of it. Oh, also, I shouldn't need this any longer because we just solved the unique to scene thing. I had to specify the things that it was. So this is neat. So this runs inside everything. So, what if, so that didn't work. Whatever it was, it didn't work. Actually, I think it did, but it was just gravity to the space. So, this is what causes it to go towards you. This is what causes them to go towards each other. But Oh, and bot counter, so this is indeed having it refer to random positions. However, if we weren't doing that, we could make a position out of its own texture. Now, what would that look like? Well, this is the rigid body that it's inside. See, here's bot. This is bot. Therefore, I can refer to these things. And linear velocity, I can make it go places and do things and stuff. It also has a position. And the world that's in has a position. We're inside here relative to node 3D. So they're getting added here. Well, if I have persistent variables, although this is already said to be local to scene, so in writer we're looking at the code. Therefore, public partial class, but before we get to ready, this is where we can define some variables. So oh, I have to specify what it is. Oh, it wanted it to be private. That's probably fine. I think it wants its own private thing. So what we can do is try to... we can have it be going towards target point. It doesn't have a existence yet, but all the same. We can run this, and then what's going to happen is, okay, so that's reading a random bot. If this works, it will still do exactly as it did before, except for they're no longer attracted towards me. And I am attracted to this planet. That's fine. So this is still them acting as they were before. Actually, you know what? I can lose the planet. I think that at this stage, I can lose the planet. Let's find out. Because I can move around well enough. There's my motion. Physics process. Here is where I am being drawn to the planet. So lunar velocity plus direction to vector 3, 0. That works, that works. This is controlling the mouse pointer. This did not actually work properly, so I lost it. Commented it out. Interestingly, this gets to be 0 apparently. So transform basis can in fact be 0 unless it is something else. And since this was never referred to in any way other than as its own little physics object, there's now only the one thing. So we'll save that, we'll run it again, and everybody is being instantiated as an individual device. And now I can fly around wherever I want. There is no gravity to anything. The brakes are extremely effective. And so these are now just flying around in space. Unless I smack into them, at which point they are going to be moving pretty good. But they're doing that physics thing. So now it's even starting to look more like I intended it to. So back over to bot, since player no longer has to approach 0. That planet didn't actually ever move or do anything. It was just a object to reference. But now we have all kinds of objects to play with. One of the things that we can do with bot is instantiate some cards at fixed offsets that are only visually representative. And then all of this stuff can be contained within a sort of box. But the first thing we need to do is not use these. So vector 3 fine. So that is just the same thing again. This changes nothing. But this is the language I'm going to be using for loading up a color. So why don't we also oh, there's an RGBA, but I'm not going to be using that. I'm going to use the Godot version. So far, so good. I don't know why it's doing this, because we are, in fact, using it. Doing stuff with it. So what we need to do inside here is look inside this bot's heart and find its texture. So that's actually being done in Node 3D. So theoretically, material albedo texture. Theoretically, if I refer to this correctly, our material would be this get node. Hey. So is that indirection even necessary? Bot is itself. Oh no, wait, no, it's not. Bot is a rigid body 3D. I do still need to get a get node. That's probably working just fine. I guess this indirection is fine. That's not correct, but we might be in the right direction. Ah, but that's not what it wants. But we were doing something similar to that over here. So, image, compressed texture 2D is what this ends up being. We're loading it out of the file, and this stuff is working okay. So how about Albedo texture. Hey, got there. We got something. So, ver texture. Can we get a pixel out of there, or are we not really quite there yet? We can get image. This probably shouldn't be running in physics process. Or specifically, we only need to run this once. Okay, so target point, target color is going to be incremented. This is going to walk through the texture as it goes, so that it needs to be its own independent variable. Don't know if I need target color, though. Probably not. But I believe I will need a private image just to be able to refer to, well, see, what I'm trying to think about is whether I'm casting this back and forth like 30 times a second needlessly. So if instead this starts out as target color, and then I just do enough indirection, so an image is not a color, but what else do we have available? Haha. So X, Y. And brain counter. How many pixels do these have, though? One place I can find out. Let's go and see how many pixels this has. Oh, it's... Let's go and find mesh instance, and then let's go and find... Here we are. How many pixels do you have? Oh, here's the texture. 128. Alrighty. So these are 128 and 128 things. Going back here, that tells me this needs to be 128. Don't need the parens. It was suggesting parenthesis that was not necessary. See, I did this before in Into the Matrix, the reverb algorithm generating program. So now, if brain counter, and here we've got something to be doing here. And for physics process, we can, in fact, this no longer matters. See how we're doing. No. No. Also no. I should learn not to ever hit tab because it has no idea what I'm... This is normal though. Like, I know I'm doing things right if it cannot figure out what I'm going on about. Because if it figures out what I'm going on about, then I'm trying to do something somebody else did. Clearly, I don't want that. Mod 128 times 28. I can use a little calculator for that one. Maybe I should know it off the top of my head, but I do not. 16384. I wonder if there's a mod equals. That would be amusing. Or, nah. So we're defining a target color. I don't think we need to use... No, we're assigning target point. Don't need to, though. It's a float vector. Now, what have we here? Either nothing's going to happen or something's going to happen. Whether it's a useful something is another story entirely. Well, it's struggling to run a little bit. And I feel like that is because I am referring to the wrong things. So we need to stop this and figure out how we can make it run faster. So what's happening is it's digging into its own albedo texture and stuff, like trying to do that 30 times a second, or however many times a second the physics process runs. That said, we probably don't need to do material, albedo texture, get image, get pixel. So what we can do is give it an internal image. I mean, we could just make arrays. We could make it into we're no longer doing random seeds. Brain counter is being updated real fast, but that's not a problem. Brain counter mod 6, that should be giving me 0 to 127 off of this, so that's probably fine. I do remember they chug a little bit when you're getting an invalid pixel. So let's see if we can help this at all by giving it so it needs to be image. Private image. That's fine. We'll call it brain image. Sure, why not? That seems legit. That can be more temporary, meaning I don't need this here. Brain counter does need to be stored up here, though. And let's see, where's our randomness? I promised to try to release console H before 2026. Next month is technically not before, well, it's before 2020. It's not after 2026. let's see, where are we at? Settle down. What are you doing? It freaked out. It tried to write all kinds of funny things. Let's instead have it do this. And this. There. Now brain counter is randomized. But we also need to try to load the internal image in there and see whether that works at speeding things up. Because again, we are reading deeply into all of this in such fancy ways. And that's probably what's slowing things down. It's not going to work with it chugging along this slowly. I've only got like a little over 100 of these guys, so they can't be running this slowly. This part's not going to run slowly. This part is also not going to run slowly, and this part doesn't run as slowly as you'd think. But this is probably what's running really, really slowly. Excuse me. So this should work just as well in the instantiation. Instantiation is what happens in ready when we appear for the first time. We get to look up our own identity as we are created, and then do this. Brain image is a image. And then the get pixel part we're probably fine with. And so here we don't need to read into the insides of bot nearly as much, but what we need to do is this. So that only happens once, and we keep it for the rest of the run. And then target color becomes this, which hopefully is faster to access. Although honestly, all of my stuff went faster when I was using arrays rather than just accessing an image as if it was my array. Let's see what we got. That seems to have made everything worse. No? Okay, we are really chugging now. Look at that. That's not running very fast at all. That's like one frame. It made it slower. No. That's made everything slower. That's not what I wanted. Also, there's no good reason for them to be doing this. Alrighty. Well, maybe this stuff gives me a clue. Oh, it can't get a pixel in the first place, so it's throwing errors, and that's what's slowing it down so much. Can't get pixel on compressed image. Sorry. Yes, that is sorry. So it's filling its errors with just ungodly numbers of problems. Can we make it not be a compressed image? Oh, we also have a rule here, but whatever. Less worried about that. No completion there. Can you get pixel on a texture 2D? Or indeed an image texture. You can't get an image off of that, can you? Well, do I have get texture in here somewhere? I don't see it. What did I just hit? Okay, how about undo that? And let's not have this period be there. So, get image is not correct, but can we get pixels directly off of albedo texture? Can we just set it to that? See, now it's the texture 2D. Oh, but I see a problem. Can't resolve that symbol. So some of this was, honestly, I probably don't need to be making this into a texture. It doesn't care whether it's a texture or not. But I'm running into the same problems each time. So this stuff works as far as it goes, but it's a compressed image. I can't be using a compressed image, but I can't be using a texture 2D. So what I need to do is make this not be a compressed image. Time for more. It's almost time for, well, it's definitely time for maybe throwing another log on the fire, but then it's almost time for me throwing out my taco cheese. I will consider this well worthwhile if I'm able to get the brains of these bots up and running. That I will consider to be a fine thing. And we'll be able to see that pretty clearly if I do get it running, because stuff's going to start acting like it's supposed to be acting. However, it's time to open a window and search around for non-compressed image. Because I have to get pixel first of all, or simply open the image as a chunk of data. And that might be the best option. But first things first. Sharp. That's an old one. That's probably GD script. Okay, so here's our documentation. Here be dragons. That's reassuring. Awesome. We can apparently use SVGs and we rasterize them. It's not very good at it. So we got image. We've got things involving being able to get pixel. That's what I'm trying to do here. But they need to be images that are not compressed. This is a form of error. This is a form of error. So it'll return global scope, okay. I'm sure we are VRAM compressing. let's find out whether we can tack that on somewhere. Not as such. Ah, but maybe I'm... Let's not get too complicated. What if instead... Alrighty. Now let's see what it thinks of can't get pixel on compressed image. I've just loaded an image, but then I just told it in ready to decompress each and every single one. Okay, it's now doing a little better. Still struggling more than a bit. Actually, it's struggling worse and worse. And it does appear to still have the same earlier behavior of they're trying to cluster together, and that should not be happening. It's grinding really hard at this stage, so I've got something very wrong. But we are at least kind of going somewhere. It's just going somewhere very, very slowly and struggling. So let's put out of there. Oh, I still have a problem. Index px is out of bounds with 128. Huh. Well, those are errors, and so that's making it choke. What's going on here? Maybe I don't need to instantiate a new random number generator for each ready. Should still be able to work. It's a little hard to tell. So we're trying to do this. It can still do get pixel some of the time, but then some of the time it cannot. We have in trouble there. So px, I think that's this first one. I don't know why modulus would be giving us negative 81. That doesn't make any sense. Well, if it's that worried about negatives, getPixel isn't yx, is it? Chad is also thinking of stuff. But again, I managed to so I'm catching up on what Chad's saying. Lock the image before reading or writing pixels. Interesting. We could try that. We could try that. Technically, we do not ever need to have it be unlocked because it is a fixed thing. Oh, except for nope, that does not appear to be a thing. I guess we'll find out. No. It just substituted something. Yeah, sorry, Chad, that's not a real thing. That or it only exists on Texture 2D. I'm on a image rather than a Texture 2D. For funsies, let's make it. Cannot be used directly. Okay. Womp womp. And can we turn it into a texture somehow? With convert? Nope, that is no bueno. Nope, sorry, that wasn't a real thing. So we're able to decompress. Let's quickly see what happens if we aren't even doing this. Which will make target point always be going to 0 because target color is kind of undefined. We can define it. Don't seem to have a native. Oh wait, no, I don't even have one of those yet. Okay. Yeah, Chad, I will end up not looking at anything you say if it goes that way. Just no hard feelings, it's just it seemed to be spewing. You gotta watch out for the spewing. So, delete that. Thought so. There we are. Now colors are always going towards black. Does this make it run any faster? It should. See what we do. Oh yeah, now it's much happier. And so now we're all approaching 0, and sure enough, we are able to make plenty of these guys, and they are all converging on a 0, 0 position. Seems legit. Don't worry about it, Chad, it's fine. This is the sort of thing that happens. And this one is flowing up here, so we've got one of these that is not actually responding. This doesn't know what it's doing. Oh, maybe it is. Are you, in fact, finding gravity and returning to here? I probably just knocked that one away faster, that's all. Point you closer, and then return over to here. Now we can see whether it gradually converges on the little cluster of other guys there, or perhaps goes into orbit around it. What I'm wondering is whether this is not getting referenced at all. what we're doing should be creating a sort of gravity around the point 0, because that's all we've got going on. I could also make it stronger. Oh, yes, it looks a little bit like... Yep. Okay, so these can run good and fast if we want them to. And they can all be gradually using gravitation to return to... The gravity factor is causing that central point to be a very aggressive gravitational force, which is maybe not what I'm going to want. So just for fun, let's see what it does when we do this. That should become much more aggressive. Yep. Now gravity does not scale up. Now gravity just goes zang towards that spot. So now it's much bouncier and more aggressive, and if I ram it, they're returning way faster. And that is because now we are not actually having gravitational force, we're having just constant force. No matter how hard I ram it, they're right back again. That might be the force that is easier to track as far as watching it pursue the path that will end up being created. So I believe one thing that's happening is we are able to open up the mesh in 3D, and we are able to load the albedo texture. And we are even able to compress it. So, no, they're not going to be GUIs. That's probably what you're supposed to do these days. Sound? Heck with sound. Make a video game in the plugin. So, what can I do to open textures in interesting ways? Image texture. Create from image. Maybe doing that would speed things up? This is about creating textures at runtime. Shouldn't need to change those things. Okay, now what can we do with this? We do have one of these. Brain image is a private image. What can I convert this into? I do apparently have to decompress it. That's not quick. But maybe I don't need to save it as an image at all. I bet I can't do this. No, can't. I can't do it as easily as that. So I'm working with material. Material is an albedo texture. Let's look up albedo texture then. I'm not going to find it here. Never mind then. Boy, look at it covering my screen with spew. It is covering my screen with spew. Import media and type names, text, all these little things flying around. And then when I choose texture 2D, it hasn't actually changed that it says private texture 3D bot. And then when I hit it, it didn't listen. So that's very unhelpful when I want something like this. Okay, got it in one. Wonderful. Very clever. Hurrah. You figured it out. That's what I meant. Now, sure enough, that is a texture 2D. So we can do something like this. Can I then make that into an array or some kind of data chunk in the hopes that that'll run faster? I feel like it should be possible. Well, getImage gets me the image, but we already knew I could do that. It can, yeah, performance problems, that's what we're having. Get height and width, yes, yes. What I'm looking for is how do I slurp the actual data out of this as just a data chunk? And I don't think it's showing up here, not down this far. How about walking back away from this again and copy from, convert. I can create images from data. How do I put them to data? Packed byte array, get data. Okay. See, apparently nobody ever needs to do this, so that's why I'm not seeing anybody do it. What kind of array is a texture 2D? What kind of data lives in there? So we are doing this to start off with. So there's that. Maybe I don't need brain texture at all. Doesn't know what that is, so that's a problem. Also, the data can be compressed or uncompressed, and that's a problem. Granted, it's probably trying to do this every physics frame, but I'd like to not do anything too inefficient, like iterating over the pixels one at a time, if I can possibly avoid it. So that returns a packed byte array, but I don't know whether so we can do create from data, but we don't seem to be able to do create data from image. Yep, there it is. Interesting. That is a dictionary. That is something that can be done. However, I don't have an array to work with it. But if each of these things are bytes, then this would be the size of the array. Oh, it doesn't like that. No, it's not happy. No, no, no. But maybe because I need to do it like this. No, it's still very unhappy about that. That is clearly no bueno. I'm having a lot of trouble getting this to do anything. No. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. So the reference value is not very valuable either. Assign image to data array. Array mesh, that's probably very interesting. Here's somebody who looks a little more fancy. No, that looks about the same. That looks about the same. Image texture. This is all that I was already looking at. No bueno. Well, what's this person talking about? Ooh, also it's time for me to go and get ready for foods. That definitely looks like a yikes. We're doing it the opposite direction. We can produce a byte array, but how do I go about declaring a byte array? Okay, nice. That is at least a something. I'm not entirely thrilled by this. However, if this code does anything, you can go away. That was dead information right there. Oh. Okay. Right. It says apply rename refactoring. What does that even mean? Apparently nothing. It didn't do anything. So instead, can we read that directly into the array? Signs point to no. No, it didn't like that. That's unfortunate. Oh, cannot force type. There we go. Well, this ain't gonna work, but at least it's in the correct direction. If instead of having the multi-dimensional array, we have this, then it can make the array and ready. I don't know if it's going to be persistent though. So instead, we tried to do this earlier. That part didn't work. Perhaps because it has to be expressed like this. And then like that. And then I'm thinking, since that's 128 times 128, double check that. But I think we have RGBA. So we multiply this by 4. And that is the size of a brain. Let's see if it still runs now that we're declaring an array of bytes. It should still work, but we'll oh. Not only is it still working, it is also hustling real good compared to the earlier stuff I was doing. One of the things that's happening is these speeds are having that added to them. So it's very aggressive. It's very aggressively chasing a point. So hey, what's the next thing? Well, let's assume, well, Now I'm thinking, how can I make this actually track? Or indeed, do I even need to? Probably do need to. So if I do this, it should be starting on the beginning boundary of each pixel. Grins, no, absolutely not. No, it absolutely was not being made in Godot. Oh, and I also mentioned I was going to do a thing. Fireplace is fine, but I need to go and thaw out some food and warm up my oven.
Okay, I'm back.
I got my tacos ready. I am ready to roll, and I do believe that I could do something with this. And I don't need that. I may not even have to do decompress. I feel like can you get data on this directly? I don't know. But I do know that you can't. Brain image is not a byte, so we're fine. So far, so good. I may never actually need to have brain image at all. We'll see, but this is somewhat indirect. And to do that, I need to do this. Okay, let's see if it runs. I don't know what compression is going to do with it. Oh hey, not only does it run, but it's running way faster. But I don't know if I feel like I lost them. Where'd they go? Oh, I didn't lose them. They're just over here. Oogling around like mad. Yeah, no, that's running even faster. I didn't need to define the image at all. But I do need to find out what these data streams are. And to do that, I think we can ignore this stuff because we're just assigning things directly, perhaps without even, I don't know whether we're decompressing or not, but we can make this a giant, well no, it needs to be standard material 3D. So brain counter randomized and set to increments of 4 because it's going to be RGBA. Target point. But I don't even need to generate a color, do I? But I am going to need to store something up. So and looky there, it's going to be just like that. I'm going to put it in parentheses just to make sure that I'm clear on it. And then I can't use the arrow key. Now I can. There we go. And so we're incrementing and wrapping. Technically, we do not need to wrap until the very last point, but I can't be entirely sure that that's going to work. But mind you, I don't have a float here. This is just bytes. Also local variables are supposed to be a certain way. So how about we update this a little bit? Firstly, we'll scale it, or we'll do something. I'm a little bit unclear at this stage. Doing something and seeing what I can do. And technically, I don't need the alpha channel at all. And then we change the names. And then we don't need the final one because it is going to wrap. What's going on here? That's wrong. Somehow it is typed BR in the middle of all of that. That's completely unhelpful and not what I wanted. Okay, now we may see some hectic action, or it may just be dead and not work. Stranger things have happened. Don't think we need that anymore, though. So in theory, we now have data in there. Should be running about as fast, unless it's not. It's not. We're grinding. Something's gone horribly wrong. Maybe it'll be better when it speeds up. Oh dear. This is not what we had in mind. It was supposed to run fast, not slow. Of course, I don't have to have it running 30 times a second. The physics are causing challenge. Well, don't worry. We are struggling big time. But if I can get it to respond, I may at least be able to see if it's trying to do the thing it's supposed to do. Let's pan up at 1 frame every 5 seconds. I see a cloud of dots off in the distance. So one thing to be concerned of is maybe it's full of infinite numbers of errors. What I do not see is things sorting themselves into areas that are color related. So I'm going to escape out of here. And boom, sure enough, we have a big problem. Index was outside the, okay, so that'd explain a lot, wouldn't it? Line 28. So it has to put so much text there that no wonder it's becoming upset. Bounds of the array. How big is the array? The array is 65536. And at line 28 is where we hit this. I feel like that shouldn't be making it be outside the bounds of the array. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding what's going on here. Or it's ignoring this part. In theory, if I do this, it's never actually incrementing at all. See, if I do that, it's never actually incrementing, so it should start with whatever random position it's at, and then not actually go forwards ever. See whether it's still chugging. Still chugging pretty bad. See, what would be happening in that case? And I bet I'm still having a problem. Yep, sure enough. It's not telling me what that index was. Oh, maybe brain doesn't exist outside that. So can I instantiate it out here? That would explain it if we didn't actually ever create it. If we created it in ready and then it was just gone. Can we do this here? I feel like this is leading to problems. Yeah, that's no bueno. That's not going to work. Can I specify the size of it here? I cannot specify the size of it here. Can I specify the size of it by doing this? I cannot specify the size of it doing that. Can I define it like this? No. So this stuff acts like it was fine, but it's not. Do I get an error if I don't try to use it in any way? There, we're not incrementing it, but that was kind of pointless anyways. It was not working. And if it was, we wouldn't use it like this. Okay, that's an int, but it's 0. Is 0 still outside the bounds of the array? Do we literally not have an array of any kind here? Nope. Now it's a lot happier. But everything is heading away to the far ranges of nowhere. The entire line is making beating feet for far off in the distance. I'm losing it. It's gone. It's gone. So that at least ran real fast. What if brain counter is a larger number? 6, for example. Then what? Doing the same thing, but at a very high rate of speed. Oh, and it quits. Okay. That was just the program quitting, though. Interesting. So those do something, but not helpfully. I don't get to see whether brain has real data in it or not. This should suppose it'll be okay. This is the information it wants. Can make it be one larger. Okay, let's try. We'll hit save. We'll run it and then immediately quit out and see whether it had any complaints. Signs point to no, it does not. Hey, Vinegar Jim, don't worry about it. If you want to, you'll find a way. It is a possible thing to do, but no pressure, man. You see it yourself. So, we're able to do R, G, and B. We're able to set that to 1,000, so instead if we set it to 0, everything should be trying to converge on 0. Let's find out. No brain counter doing anything, not yet. That's most definitely everything converging on 0. Although it still feels a little bit like it's escaping from me. No, it wasn't. That definitely counts as 0. Let's put it back to the chiller, slower version, just to see what that looks like now. This is everything gradually approaching 0, but now it has realistic gravitational force. It's just realistic gravitational force in the direction of a fixed spot. There is a, yeah, again, Vinegar Jim, don't worry about it, it's fine. Let me make you some more plugins, we'll go from there. So, float, brain counter. It appears like I can make a bunch of different things. So what if I pick this for brain counter? Maybe I'll ignore that funny business. Okay. I don't even need to look. It feels unresponsive. That is beyond the array size. So how are we actually declaring this array size? If I tell it to be 16386, then is it happier? Very much not. Very much not. That's going to all be outside the bounds of the array. So I'm saying new byte 65537, but then I don't get to use this number on it. How about 128? Are you able to do 128? Is that something that we can do? It is. So why is my array exactly that big? What happens if instead I have it be 512 or 1024? At some point I'm going to hit the limit of the array, but it's hard to tell what that limit actually is. Well, if the limit is 16386, this will not be in excess of the array. That's in excess of the array. Why? What is its little problem? Line 27. Can I do something where I set a number brain limit, like my brain is limited? And then, or maybe we're defining it as this many bytes, but the albedo texture get image get data is way smaller. So I feel like I need to roll back to an earlier section. Let's try this. But we don't need that. That goes right away. Don't know if we can do that though. Let's not. There. And then we tell it to decompress. No. You just repeated what I had under there. Oh, are we still not happy? Are we still misbehaving? What's going on with that? So let's try that. No? Are we not happy? What is your little problem? Oh, hang on. Yeah, we can't assign that. That's not the correct thing at all. I was just doing the it's foolish nonsense when that's not actually what it needs to do at all. That needs to decompress in place. Then we do that. Then we do that. Then we do, let's see. I moved it to say brain limit, and then it completely ignored me. See, it was showing in the tab completion thing, and then let's see if it does it literally again. Oh, hey, for a change, it actually figured out what I wanted. That's pretty cool. I don't think I need to have it be larger than it equals. That's, or do I? We'll find out. Yay, okay. And then we finally get to increment it. Boom. See, when I'm doing dumb things, it figures it out. Now, what have we got? Do we run? And if so, do we run well? We look to be approximating 0. It is hovering around a spot. It is not spreading out with different colors going to different places. But on the bright side, it's at least moving fairly well. I want to be able to fire zaps at it or ram it. Well, I can ram it anyhow. Whee! They're all just returning to 0, so I'm not quite there, but I've got it running at a decent frame rate, and that is at least something. And that means we're not exceeding the bounds of the array, so that's good. So RGB equals that. We'll have it be over brain limit -4. That is, in fact, what I wanted, so thank you. In theory, this will step between locations. What I need to do is find out how big that is. So it's probably stopping us from crashing, but now I get to see what that number actually is. It's supposed to be a large number. If things went horribly wrong, maybe it's not. We do at least have good frame rate. 87380. I don't understand why it would be that, but it's always the same. What's that divided by 4? $21845. I don't know how that fits. Brain image get data should be RGBA, although it is possible that it is simply RGB. That would make things a little weirder. Also, we do not need to worry about brain counter because we can randomize it again. Because this is going to be fixing it. Well, if that's the size of things. Oh. Well, I will look after you even if you're not rich. I'm not. And look, that's a byte 87380. Does it still run even if I try to start brain as a tiny, tiny thing? We turn it into get data. Now what do we got? Okay, we chug in a little bit more. And we are gravitating towards all the same place, and that's weird. Do we have a array boundaries problem again? We sure do. Okay, so brain does need to be a size that will fit. Well, let's see. So the number I was getting was this largish number. Let's use this one. 7380. Now let's see if it gets sick and throws up. Well, it's not very happy. Are we still having array size problems? Well, is it because of the brain counter problem? Are we starting just right off the limit? Is that what it's doing? If we do this, like, what do we need to do in order to get it back into the zone of not actually having problems? Clearly not this. Oh, no. Actually, it came to life. But it is still gravitating around one spot. It's doing it a little bit differently, but we're not getting any valid values out of this, and that's a problem. Oh, Vinegar Jim, you go ahead. Of course you can make your own GUIs. People are doing that and then putting out the plugins and being like, hey, this is my GUI. Go ahead. Absolutely you can. So if we don't decompress, then what happens? If we don't decompress, it wakes up a little bit faster, plus it gave us a different value. And this guy appears to be going off in a direction, although I don't know whether that's going to stick. I think they're all reverting to the center again. So yeah, about 15 minutes of stream left on this. Oh, we're still having a bit of a problem with that. It's not supposed to be able to do that, but what did it do right up at the top? Did we get any numbers? No? Could we perhaps have negative numbers somehow? Oh, hang on a second. Of course it's doing that. Look at this. Target point times 0. So this was not my problem. That would explain why everything is trying to go to 0. Let's have it not. Now, we're still having some problems here. But I don't think this was the problem. Or if it was, we'll soon find out. Okay, wakey wakey. Can we start? Didn't expect that. One dude slowly rotating in space and going somewhere. Everybody else is motionless. This suggests that they have no brains. This suggests that the brain part is not working the way that I had thought. Interesting. On the other hand, I'm getting frame rate. And we're still having some outside the bounds of the array problems. Oh boy. It's a pity I can't. Well, actually, I suppose nothing stopping me from. So the problem here is this does not appear to work. Or the pluses are causing problems. So we can get rid of them. And now nothing actually increments, or at least nothing increments beyond what we can do here. And in fact, I can even stop that. Now let's see whether it can run at frame rate while not trying to move. It is struggling a bit, and we are still having beyond, so that's effed. That is floating point effed. Well then, let's force it to be 0 at all times. Do we still run at a good rate? Are we actually violating the array bounds? Because we shouldn't be. And now we're not. Nice, okay. But we're also not able to function anyway. Nothing is trying to do anything. They're all just passive physics objects now. So what were the... There's the size. Okay, if that is randomized, then what have we got? It's like it's not actually reacting to this at all. What if we dial that down to 100? We're selecting 1 pixel in the entire brain. We are randomizing it. This should be the limit, so we can randomize it to that. Not be sophisticated in any way. And now what does it do? I feel like it's outside the bounds of the array again. It is outside the bounds of the array again. Right, so brain counter Randy mod 64. Actually, will it help if I put this in parens? Will that make it be any happier? Because it shouldn't be able to break in this way exactly. Okay. We got frame rate. Everybody has their own physics engines, but I do not believe they are attempting, well, there's something we can do about that. Okay, No array smashing this time. What if we tell it to be the bounds of the array that it is repeatedly claiming this is our maximum array? Now what? If that's our maximum array, we should be able to pick a random spot. Boom. So that actually worked, but we are not able to identify R, G, and B by anything. This should be causing them to gravitate towards a position in a diagonal line. So let's see what it does if we ditch this part. And at this point, we have a powerful direction to the diagonal line, assuming that brain counter has anything in it, which I do not know. But it should at least not. They're all heading in the same direction. I can't chase them. It made it go too far. Well, just want to fix that. Target point, new vector 3, these things times 10, not times 100. Can it start orbiting a spot fairly close by? Where are they all going? Or are they going to negative infinity? Come back! Ah, something happened. Something happened, and I can also approach them now. See, now I'm stopping. And back we go. And back they go again. They needed a lot of energy to go into the places they were supposed to go. Also, my scale seems to be wildly off. Yeah, my scale's wildly off. Look, I was only multiplying by 10, and look at how far everybody went. I didn't realize that this area was so tiny. So now I'm beating feet for this area. They have no relation to me whatsoever. Lost him. And where are you? That's looking down. Okay. We're still running at a good clip, but I lost him. So clearly, vector 3, brain R, G, and B doesn't need to be this big. So let's take it down one more, times 1. And we're going to see what it does off of that now. And now I'm booking to the side. So now they're wildly oscillating about. And the fact that they have collision means that they're going to bounce. And that is also one of the things affecting this. It's a giant ping pong ball machine. In fact, they're going to knock me around too. But they're all attempting to find their spot. So what I can do now that they're doing this crazy thing is first of all, we'll leave that the way it is for now. We can see whether that works, and I can even do this. Now they should be going to a 3D space. And actually, hang on. We can just assign that. Then they will patiently start going in the direction they're supposed to go, assuming, of course, that all of this actually runs. And sure enough, off they go. I need to make them move faster if I intend for them to get anywhere. But that is just them slowly going to their target spots. So since that is so very slow, I'm going to speed them up. Let's have them go a little faster. There we go. And you can see what they're doing too. Boop. Now they are fixed in space, the spots they want to be, and they are vibrating hard because they're bouncing around between the spot and just off the spot. And also some of them seem to be bonking each other. So those guys are trying to be in the same space. And I also do not see how this correlates to what the actual colors are, but clearly a bunch of the colors are, we've got these multiple axes here. All right. See you later, Grins. This is like end of stream pretty much. What if this? What's that going to look like? Oh, they rushed very quickly to their spots this time. So what happens if I bonk them? Yeah, that's also no bueno. So rather than 1.0 times, plus equals direction to times distance to, but then that can reduce and then we can also divide that, and now maybe they won't react so fast that I can't even register what happened. Okay, that's pretty. That's also going to knock me silly if I get anywhere near it. So now we've got a weird figure in space, which I am trying to approach. And if they whack me, I will go flying but I have brakes. And they are oscillating because we do not have damping of the speed. Also, we're not stepping through the brains at all. And that is something that could probably do something, but right now we are not incrementing brain counter. I'm still assuming there are 4 channels within this. Why is that grayed out? That should not be grayed out. Can you tab complete? Yes. So now we'll just damp it. And we are incrementing. We don't have to be incrementing, but we're going to see if it blows up and crashes. Okay, everything's moving way faster than it needs to, but this is the gist of what I wanted to see happen. It's just not really making any sense as far as well, here's something we can do about that. Let's slow it all down. Less of that. Less of this. And we still aren't actually crashing out, so that's a little something. Now, where'd they go? Okay, so their positioning in space seems like it could leave a lot to be desired. But they're all kind of trying to pursue their possible goals. I can also bonk into them to scatter them. And this is what it looks like when they are trying to go to a spot, except for the spot in space is not correlated to the texture color. But look at this. This gray one is following a little path, and that path relates to its gray color. This one is going to be freaking out and going all kinds of places. They're cycling through their patterns so fast that they can't even keep up. Like it needs to be iterating way slower than this so that they can get to where they're aiming. Because what they're doing is they're scanning through the entire texture at the speed of light. Like if we're doing 30 physics process a second, then what's going to happen is they are cycling through whatever is in their pattern that quickly. But what I'm looking to do is end up with areas in space where it's like, oh, hey, there's these yellow guys floating around here. And the yellow ones will all basically end up converging on the same spot. and move around along the same path. In Unity, I had it going so that if they touched each other, they synchronized their position in their individual like brain spot. So that is also something that can happen if I fire signals back and forth. This is currently not doing it, and it's cycling through them so damn fast that it's not really very good. So, however, I can do another thing. That will even improve. What are you doing? You can't instantiate something here. Also, I didn't type physics. I didn't type physical counter. I meant to type physics counter. So ready. I guess we don't need to print that anymore. Indeed, I will start it at 0. And plus. Then and guess what? All of you live in there. And then we reset physics counter, and on we go. And now we know that we don't need these. Do need that. I do not know why it doesn't think this is necessary. Okay, fair enough. It didn't want me to write it that way because it wanted to be written as plus equals. That's the same thing, it's fine. Now, observe the behavior. They are going in directions. We're all traveling around. And we're going to get to a spot. Like the positioning of all of these seems dicey, but that is because I don't think I have the RGB laid out correctly. I feel like that is in error. But this is the gist of what I was shooting for, except for that they're clustered in weird ways. It's supposed to be with all these different colors, it should be a box of just weird positions for all of these, and I don't know why it isn't. But it isn't. However, we can go to some of these places and see some of them trying to follow their little bliss. So what should be happening, and it isn't quite happening, but one with lots of colors should be hauling ass in various different directions and finding different spots to go to. Like that one is moving fairly quickly, so it's trying to go somewhere. It just stopped. Now it's resuming. And so that is also showing us what the speed of the physics update is. And if I have the reading of the colors and stuff correct, what will happen is they will find their way to a box that is made up of RGB values, and like colors will go to like locations. That is not currently happening, but it is clearly doing some of what it's meant to. And they do have their motion thing going on, don't they? So let's do a little quick experiment while we're at it. If this was actually a 3x3, and let's let them go a little faster while we're at it. So they'll get there more quickly. Yep, off they go. So this is now being measured as a 3x3 rather than a 4x4. And it's also weirdly offset. What shape do they arrive at? And this is all within a fairly small box, but that can change too. It still doesn't feel like their positions are accurate, but it's possible that this is closer. I'm not really sure. It seems like their layout isn't perfect. It looks kind of weirdly stretched. Although it looks more like a... Yeah, so what I should be seeing is like colors ending up in the same space. I do not, and yeah, I
Also should be throwing another log on the fire while I'm at it. Isn't this always the way of it? I start getting something fun happening and then I can't let it go. That's pretty normal for me. Okay, back out of there.
more aggressiveness with these. Target point gets to be that. Well, what if I offset it? And also, let's make them rush about a little bit more. And we restart at 1. And we abandon the randomness for the moment and see what we get from just straight running it like this. So everything starts at the same point. Okay, where'd they go? Okay, well that doesn't actually work because they are all following the same pattern. Do they all have the same brain? Yeah, this indicates that they all have the same brain. That's a problem. That's not how that's supposed to go at all. Look at how different they are. They shouldn't all be following exactly the same rule, and yet they totally are. Interesting. Should have thought to do that before. No wonder it was acting a little weird. So is this ready happening before this happens? Or can I load it with something that will be more useful? What if this part was done in the spawning? What then? Well, it would take this part over, so it would go back to like there. It does have an array built into it. That stuff would be done here somewhere. So it would all have to be a little more indirect, namely, oh, I don't think it's allowed to do that, is it? Like that would have to be public, wouldn't it? So this is the script living in this, and so it would need to be able to find these. What if they were public instead of private? What happens? So if those are not private variables after all, then can we talk to them in here? Seemingly not. So we can do add child, but then what? How do we get access to that? This might not be worth me doing right now. Also, this is literally already there available to me because I just did it up there. So how about not that? In fact, let's leave that alone. We can refer to this image there. Oh, we can't do that, can we? How about equals get image. So if we, no, it doesn't like that, does it? And I'm still looking at that other stuff, not actually connecting. I need to be able to specify this here because it's not actually getting unique. It's like it's getting all of its information from the default texture, not the newly replaced texture. So that's something of a concern. I really shouldn't be doing it this late. This at least we can do, but then I need to be able to access variables inside this. So what if I try to get the node okay, it looks like I can't actually get that directly. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. This was botscene instantiate. So we're able to make it, and then we are able to update it in certain ways, but not others. So if we can do this, we can access its transform. How do we access the script inside it? But, so that's the transform, that's the position. These are things having to do with the rigid body. Okay, we have some access to this, but it doesn't know what it is. Interesting. So why is it confused about this? What do you have to do to get it to know what that variable is and be able to do stuff to it? Know it. Bet this is in C#. So that private stuff, no bueno. Okay, two-step initialization, fair, okay. Declare a function, call that function, okay. So what if I just called an existing function? What if I call ready or underscore ready? Can we do that? Can we call underscore ready? Interesting. So now I gotta undo a bunch of stuff so that I can paste that back in where I had got it in the first place. I think that was it. Except for I added this. That was not correct. Weird that it doesn't care about this. I see why it wanted me to do that, but it's working good so far. But that's clearly a trouble area. Okay, so now we should have assigned the material to a new thing, and then we call ready, which presumably does it again, maybe? Aha, okay. Looky there, we're all going in funny directions, but looky there, I've got a couple of guys hanging out together. Looky here, I have a couple of guys who are yellow, and they are all hanging out in roughly the same area. That's kind of what I had in mind. And then the ones with a bunch of weird colors to them are not hanging out together. When they have weird colors, they're all booking off in some funny direction. This is motionless and has almost no color to it whatsoever. These ones are kind of dark, and they're being fairly chill. Okay, so this is all running pretty good. Let's see what we can do to pump it up a bit. This will end up changing. Don't mind me. Curly bracket, but not there. And curly bracket. Now let's see what we're looking at. Oh, didn't work. Oh, use of unassigned local variable count. What? Oh, I didn't assign it. Easy enough. I forgot that very basic thing that we do when doing a for loop. Now let's see what we got. I'm hanging around 0, 0, where there will be patches of these guys and patches of these guys, and they will all go wandering off in their own direction. There's a bunch of these. There's a bunch of those. They are forming little clusters. See, they're in bands of 4 because they're all starting out with the same information. And that's why they're doing that, although they are going to separate out a little bit. They're supposed to synchronize brains if they bump into each other. We don't have that going yet, but soon we will have something interesting happening, because the next thing to do is first, let's make this all private again. It seems to be running just fine, mind you. Private. Private. And now back to the randomization. And let's divide that. Well, now hang on a moment. I'm operating on the basis of 3. Let's divide that by 3. Let's see what we get. 29126. And then I must multiply it by 3. I didn't realize that it was going to do it by 3. And yet, and now they are randomized, although I do not have them hitting each other and synchronizing. But that is to be one of the things they can do. Now we see whether we still run. We sure do. And that's now running at such a high rate of speed that I can make more. Back to Node 3D. And twice as many. And again, but when you finally have it as working as a game, there could be large numbers of all these in a much larger space, but there's only one that's exactly like you. And you fire all of these zaps into various places. Oh, look at what's going on over here. These colors are hanging out down here, along with those guys, which are going between dark and light. See this one here? It's hanging around in the dark zone. But this guy's going to take off momentarily, I tell you. It's in that dark area, so it's hanging out, doing that. Maybe being bounced by some of the others, and off he goes. Whereas clusters of ones like this are pretty much just hanging out with each other, and they're not going very far. So in theory, you'd have this and maybe asteroids or whatever. You fire your little zaps at these, and if they've seen the one that you are looking for, then they go and tell you where to go. Oh, look, we've got blue guys up in the... oh, look, they bonked each other. So yeah, now they should all have unique locations. Oh, here is the area of the bright yellows. This zone contains bright yellow bots in various variations. And down here is where we find the orangey colors. So they're kind of hanging out with each other. We've got red ones hanging out over here. This one's hyperactive because it has too many colors inside it, so it's just going crazy. And they are scanning their way through their graphics. I could make them orbit slightly more. It would depend. Like, it would be very difficult to have all of these going on. It needs to be in a larger area as well, and there need to be obstacles, like asteroids that maybe they can't actually bounce across. It's all a little fast and hectic right now, but this is the general idea of how it's supposed to be. And it really is acting like the guts of that is actually working. So much so, how far can I push this before I go and have tacos? Because it's time for me to go and have tacos. Dun 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 dun. Many times more than were before. Also, let's space them out a little bit while we're at it. Now, how are we doing that? Target point. We actually didn't need to multiply that by much at all. But if we did, we could multiply it by 10 and then allow them to go faster because we can see everything in one spot now That's a little intense. I should probably default them to positions. They're all defaulting at 0, and that's potentially a problem. But what we can do now is at least start up. I think the physics engine is freezing up a little bit. I just multiplied it by so much. But it's going to make its way to running. And then once it is actually instantiated, you get to see a very hectic visualization. Assuming it does get to instantiate, this might be a little much for it. I multiplied everything by about 16 in a larger space. So we could be waiting a little bit. Come to think of it, I'm not even sure if I'm streaming properly. This might be eating the entire computer in the process of doing this. Yeah, should have updated this positions better. Oh, now I've lost my mouse, so it's at least gotten far enough into the game to fire the mouse. I guess we'll see. Whether it ever manages to wake up. Because what it is doing is it is instantiating. Oh, tell you what. I'm going to throw another log on my fire while we're waiting for it to come alive. See, it's not actually meant to start up in that level of intensity. That's like a super difficult level that is completely hectic and confusing. If you remember how it worked when it was just being played as a much simpler thing, I have no idea what it's going to take to get it to actually come alive. Here I am. We have visuals. If we have visuals, then it will eventually start moving. Because you see, everything is being instantiated in one spot, and the physics engine has to make sense of that. That's a little much. And when I say a little much, I mean this. So that would be challenging. Everything's moving kind of fast. And it's not necessarily going to be easy to find a cluster of things. Look, it is a giant mess. And you're supposed to pick out individual guys in all of that, which is so completely overwhelming that I can't actually play with it. So let's escape. Let's quit out of here. It did actually start running. So there's that. We'll slow it down. We will constrict the space a little bit, maybe. A little more than that. And then we will not spawn so damn many of these guys, so rather than 32, let's have them. And I think I had an awful lot of velocity going on there, so let's go back to 06. There's what we add the velocity with. Now we're going to run it again, and this time it's not going to take 5 minutes to get kicked off. There we go. Although I can do better by having them instantiated in different spots. They are all instantiating in one spot and the physics engine has to sort it out. So it's still going to chug for a while. Honestly, that's annoying enough that I'm going to see whether I can do that now. So, random positions. Hello, can you not do that? Are we having a little bit of a problem? Oh, it wanted a capital, that's all. So we don't like that, but why not? Maybe I need to do this. No, it's still not like that. How do we refer to that here? Bot position equals vector 3 up. Maybe I need to not refer to it as X, Y, and Z. Maybe X and Y and Z are read-only. Oh, why did it do that? That was just silly. Vector 3, that's why. Because I hit it wrong. Okay. Copy, paste, paste, paste. There. And no dot there, please. Thank you. And it needs to be F because we're doing floats, not doubles. And now, in theory, we can start up a little faster because we start up in a random place. Let's find out if that's true. And here's our 16 times with these things all sort of gravitating to one spot. So all of our dark colors are heading in this direction. Weirdly, they are, weirdly, they're zipping around like maniacs is what they're doing. So the idea here is we are all within 0 to 10. Except we're not, but that was the idea anyhow. Oh, look, here is the yellow bot cluster. Let's fly over and inquire about these guys. Hit the brakes. Here we are. And they are pursuing the heights of yellowness up here. Look at this fellow hovering up here. It's going to end up heading down. Down he goes. And when you look at that, that's a lot going on. More than I actually need. Oh, look, here's a cluster of something. What's going on in this cluster of something? Oh, it stopped. They bounced off of each other. They ran away. Yeah, they still have collision. So they can be zooping around, but then they can also bounce violently off of each other. Oh, here's a cluster. So that means that their positions are fairly synchronized. And indeed, the reason their positions are fairly synchronized is because they are grayscale. So they're hanging around in one zone. So the hope with this, see how many of these there are? Zoop over to here. Whoosh. So you got the yellow dot cluster over there. And then we've got all these, and the idea is you're going to find a particular one in all of this mess. And they all have quote-unquote brains, but the brains are just in a little array made out of the colors that they are. And I managed to get it to where it is behaving the way they're supposed to behave. Like I have that brain stuff working now. See, here is another little... We can approach these guys and follow them where they're going. I think one of the things about it is that if you find something like that, then you know it is not your counterpart because there's multiple of them, and the one that you're looking for, there's only one. Also, here are some of these dudes hanging out, being, well, there's a bunch of them, being very chill, going over here, going somewhere else, bonking me out of the way. And they are all going to freak out and rush off somewhere else because the colors on their textures, that means that they are going to all bolt at some point for distant locations. And I think that was it. I think they just took off. I don't know. They went so fast, I don't know where they went. But the idea here is you should be able to pursue them. Well, I guess that is another yellow area, isn't it? You can pursue them to wherever it is that you wish to pursue them. Yeah, you know, that was the yellow zone again. And this is a orange and yellow cluster. There's so many of these guys. There's 16 of each color, and there's like 120, so... Well, now hang on a second. So... Let's call them 128 times 16. We have 2,000 bots zooping around here doing stuff. So what I need to do is have more interesting areas. Like it can be a sort of asteroids-like thing where we've got other rigid bodies and we can bounce them around and stuff. But it's meant to be like an infinite space rather than... Over here, there's just so much going on. They're just all hauling ass and moving around. But then, let's see. Over here, there's nothing. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends upon whether I do add collision damage or whether it's just flying through space in this unreasonable amount of space. See, the idea is, and this is me hauling off in this direction, and then aiming at here. I can actually back up just as much as I can go forwards. So that twinkling is the entire universe. But if I scale it to like 0 to 10, and then they are all within a box of 0 to 10 in all three directions, and so are you. And I do it so that they make little phantasms, like little unseeable dots, in all the cardinal directions that have no collision, have nothing, but they're exactly 10 away from wherever they're at. then I can have it be from 2000 to, let's see, times like 50,000 of these, or so it will appear, except for the ones out where I'm at now, like off the grid, don't actually exist. They're nothing but specks being shown as like off in cardinal directions from each of these guys. And this is running very fast, but these are actually spheres with a bunch of mesh. Like they're all like 16 by 32 spheres. They don't even have any distance scaling. So we're drawing a lot of polys here. It's a large number of polys. So once you get in here, this is actually a canonical location. Look at the twinkling up there. Who do we have here? And are they going to bolt away as soon as possible? Let's go find out. We've got these guys. It's a cluster of these guys. I'm going to watch them. See that one bolted? These are going to bolt too. That one bolted. And this little cluster is bound to bolt. This is the stark white. And away they go. Into the weird space that is this bizarre, like, bots in space business. But see how they're all moving around in such a way that they're acting like, oh, that one's spinning very fast. It ran into something real hard. And that one's not spinning at all, but it's bolting. And the reason it's bolting is because it has such sharp transitions to the colors on its texture. Here come those guys again. They're cycling through fairly fast. One of the things I'm going to do is, so when you actually hit them with a shot, it increments its counter, meaning that they can they'll either hold or they'll run off. But yeah, this is arguably more of these than I had in the original one. Understandably, because there's no terrain for them now. But there could be. Oh, it bolted. It's gone. Away it goes. Here's a singleton. Art Deco stucco parrot. They come here. And then you're meant to be asking, like, have you seen one like me? And they will answer with firing zaps in the direction that they last saw you. If they were near it, is the idea. And everything has to be over a wider space. Everything has to be a little slower and more sedate, although that can change varying by level. Here's another fella. He's moving around a little bit. He's thinking, and some of them are just booking. Like when they're going that fast, you cannot possibly catch them. So that's a bit of a downer. Here's a more sedate looking cluster. And again, I can actually thwack them, or if I can hit them anyway. I missed him. But yeah, it's kind of chaotic. It needs to not be quite this chaotic, but you get the idea. Also, my momentum does not seem to slow, which is why I have the spacebar for hitting the brakes. And yeah. So that's my concept for large numbers of quote-unquote AI that can run at high frame rates while I have the programmer, a bunch of Chromium windows, and I'm streaming. And it's able to do this at these numbers. And so we're going to bail out of there, and I think I have earned my tacos for this evening. So on that note, I spent an extra hour, but I'm not that unhappy about that because, like, yeah, I started today without even me being able to make them move independently, much less give them quote-unquote brains. So we got a lot covered. So the interesting thing about that is then also figuring out, like, can I put obstacles? Can I make like big giant asteroids or something in there? And then once having done that, can I make it into the... Because you see, it's actually not that hard. Can I assign directly to position X? Probably not. Maybe we go to physics process for that. Don't need to use this for things. And then final thing. And the Z, please. Lovely. And I can probably echo this stuff a little bit now too, but we'll see. I should be doing this with prints. It has some idea what I'm doing, but it hasn't really quite figured it all out. But that's a good start. Now let's see if it can echo that for Y. No. But we've just made it fairly simple. Or it would be simple if we didn't actually have it freeze up and throw menus at me. Then lastly, Z. So this will wrap everything into the arena of which I specify. And that is, in fact, exactly what I had in mind because I had it set up correctly. So now it'll run. It'll be bogged down a little bit because I have so many of these guys around, but off they go. And now Oh, no, I actually have the wrong dimensions here. Interesting. Why is our scale so different? Wild. Oh, you can't see it. As long as I'm doing this, sure, I will throw that back. Yeah. So, firstly, why is the scale of this so different from the scale of the other? Call it 1000. I guess this is brain R, G, and B are bigger than I thought. So we're multiplying by 4. Okay, I bet I know what happened. So if I multiply it by that, but then it's 256, then it's 2,550. So they get randomized. We're going to make a smaller number so it'll move faster. And then 2,550, that is the number I should probably be, oh, for heaven's sake. Stop that. So a little quick, make this be a much bigger area. And if I figured that stuff out, then it will do what I think. And if I didn't figure it out, then it won't do what I think. Here we go. There they are in a much bigger space. Here's our guys coming into the same zone. But if I draw back, it should be teleporting me at some point. And I will reappear next to the same dudes. Or perhaps not. Maybe I've made it kind of large. Well, how about if I go straight up, and there now I'm underneath everything. So that is actually kind of doing, let's go this direction. So I should be able to go through all of these guys as they go zipping around. They're also spaced out that I can't even see any of them. And then they will appear in front of me. So the trick there is that I need to be seeing little phantasms of them. Go into the area where there isn't anything, and then they will all appear in front of me once more. I can build up a pretty good head of steam when I'm not actually hitting the brakes. And there we are. See, that is the universe as we see it, but everything's moving so damn fast that you can't actually catch anything. They're all too hard to catch, but if I I'm sitting here seeing all of these go, and then I go in reverse. They will get farther and farther away until they appear because now they're behind me. If I build up a lot of steam, I'm kind of teleporting through the space that they're at repeatedly. So then the trick becomes make them generate additional phantasms off in the distance, but then we are wrapping. So there is no top, there is no bottom. And if I, for instance, pursue this fellow over here, but it was actually a phantasm, I would catch up with it. Even if they're phantasms, I will, yep, and see, I have apparently zooped through to the opposite again. Because it's going from 0 to the maximum amount. And same deal with these. Pure yellow is a pretty bright color. I can pursue it, but then I've gone past the edge, and now I can't see them any longer because I'm in the opposite side. And that is why there need to be like the each of these need to have like 27 1-pixel dots in the distance that you could go towards, not knowing that you're actually going to end up wrapping through the limits of the space and catching up with something. Like these. Now these do not actually have the ability, although they probably should, they should have also got the ability to wrap just as mine did. And that's actually fairly straightforward to do. Because it's just this code again. But so 300 will slow everybody down a lot. I say slow everybody down a lot. That is not a good description of what just happened. They're still going really fast. But all this twinkling stuff, if I back up, it's gone. And if I go forwards, it's back. Because I'm teleporting through the edges of space. Here they are. Gone. Back. So what I need to do is produce like images, these dots, at these distances in all these directions. It will make a lot of twinkling dots in the distance. But once I do that, see this little guy over here? Maybe I want to go and pursue him, maybe not, but I'm right at the edge of darkness here. Like this also is at the edge of darkness. Technically, I could knock him in this direction and make him wrap. They're heading for the darkest of dark, and then they're off again. But here's the thing, is I should be able to, by going back. So when I do this, see, you can barely see anything. You can get close to them by approaching them, but you barely see anything. If I go back just a little bit, they vanish because I have teleported through the wall. Now I'm in front of them. And I should be seeing the phantasms as I'm facing away from the known universe. I should be looking at little sparkly dots off in the distance, which are the wraparound instances of each of these. And then if I approach them, I see literally this. It doesn't change, because they're just offset by the size of the universe in every direction. So anytime I pursue something that is in this zone where I can't see anything, it's all super dark, well, all I got to do is pick one of those dots, go towards it, and I wrap around the outside of the universe, and here I am again. And then any large object should also behave that way, like asteroids and stuff. And there I have gone past the range of the universe once more. Because it's sort of hanging out here. And if I do it like this, in every direction are the bots off on their little paths going and doing whatever it is that they do. They're kind of flying off in various directions towards whatever ends. And if I want to be clever, I could have the asteroids and things be colored according to their positions. And if I want to be really funky, I can have the asteroids be that you can break them, like in the game Asteroids. And then you're filling the world with all of this complete nonsense. And if you're querying guys, then their shots could also blow up asteroids and things could get really messy. Where'd that guy go? I was trying to approach one of the bots, but it was moving too fast. That's the challenge with this stuff. Alrighty. There's one. Spacebar for brakes. We have a little colony of floating orbs. And if I could fire shots at them, which is going to be one of the next things happening, the shots are also going to have to be mirrored. Then I could query them to find out whether they had seen my counterpart, and if so, what direction. But these are some very mellow looking, like there's not a lot of contrast here. Contrast makes them go zipping off in a direction. These don't even have contrast. I can bounce them in a direction, but they're just going to try to go back. Actually, I bounce them in every direction. Oh, here they are. You are boring. Boof. But they'll find their way back. So yeah, I know it's over an hour past taco time, Vinegar Jim. Thank you for the observation. I think the last thing anybody said was Chad said you can't see it, and so I felt the need to demonstrate all of this wackiness that I was talking about, although I have yet to demonstrate. Although I do have them now so that they wrap. One interesting side effect of that will be if I knock any of them out past the range of their world, they might haul ass to get back to where they were. But details like that just make it weirder and more interesting, I think. And this is actually one of the things, this is some of the stuff that I had going on. In the original, but not in space. Its counterparts in space. I definitely need to make those little laser zaps happen, though. I've even got the graphic for it and everything. That needs to happen. It'll be much more amusing in an area like this where he's like, oh, shoot everything. Shoot, 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 shoot. And I'm going to need to make a control thing so when you open up the menu like this, you can alter sensitivity and stuff. But yeah. Hit save. Quit out of here. Quit out of here. Yeah. It's like close to an hour and a half past taco time. I will go and have dinner. But this is nice progress for today. This is nice progress for today. And I will be back on Thursday. Maybe we'll play more. Maybe I will have done more by Thursday. It's a pretty good amount of stuff to have done by today. I'll see how much farther I can take it. It'll be done. It'll be on Steam by Thursday. No, it won't. It won't. But I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.